I'm seeing, okay. Host disable participant screen sharing.
Yes, we have enabled participant sharing, so you can share your slides.
You can share now. Okay. Is my slide up?
Yes,
you can see your slide, ma'am. Okay. Good morning, all. Good morning, ma'am. I'm Mbago Onyechi Faith from the Federal University of Technology, Minna. I'm here to present a paper on the green synthesis and characterization of silver nanoparticles using Bacillus subtilis and leaf extract of Jatropha hookahs. Okay. Now, nanotechnology and its applications. The technology applied for the synthesis is nanotechnology. And nanotechnology is a science of production of nanoparticles, which ranges between 0 to 100 nanometers in size. This technology has gained currency in the sense that it has been widely used because of its unique properties, the unique properties of these nanoparticles, which ranges from their large surface area to volume ratio, and also the ability to interact easily with other particles. That is the reason why this technology is being used widely by researchers. And in this study, we've been able to use it to synthesize, we've been able to use silver nanoparticle we've been able to use Jatropha hookahs. This is the plant, and Bacillus subtilis that was isolated from the environment to synthesize silver nanoparticles and for further application. We found that this nanotechnology has a wide ranges of applications, as most scientists have used it to do a lot of things, most especially in the remediation of, they have used it to remediate crude oil, they have used it to remediate even water polluted, water that has been polluted. In this study, we are using it to synthesize silver nanoparticle for further treatment. And the methods, some of the methods for the synthesis of nanoparticles, which ranges from, we have biological method of synthesis, we have chemical method of synthesis, and we also have physical method of synthesis. Then the statement of the research problem. The physical and chemical synthesis of silver nanoparticles. We found that the synthesis of nanoparticles using the physical and chemical process they are not eco-friendly. They are not eco-friendly because the end product could have a long-term chronic effect. Sometimes they could even have an acute effect. And secondly, we know that they are partially safe because of the poisonous compounds that are left behind after the synthesis. And also they are expensive because we find out that these chemicals, buying them though are actually very expensive, which might not be affordable by some, as in some upcoming researchers might not be able to afford it. Even though they have to afford it, they have to spend from their pocket to afford it. Then they are also laborious. Justification for the study. The green synthesis of silver nanoparticle, that's the synthesis from using plants and also microbial agents. They are eco-friendly. Yes, they are eco-friendly in the sense that the end product is benign. They don't impose, they don't have any harmful effect. The end product of the reaction is usually carbon dioxide and water. which, and carbon dioxide helps to purify the environment, and water is life, as we know. So safe, they are also safe. They don't cause any harm to human life. They are cost effective. Microbes abound. We find them everywhere. The bacillus that was used for this study was isolated from the environment without any cost. And also the plants was harvested from a biological garden lying there waste. So we try to use it for a useful product. They are less labor intensive. Within few days, you are done. Within few hours, you are done with the synthesis. So they are less. That's why it's very important to use this technology. And they are non-toxic. Carbon dioxide and water, which is the end product of this reaction, does not have any harmful effect to human life. They are not poisonous. The aim of this research was to synthesize silver nanoparticles using plant extract and bacteria. The plant extract that is of interest to us is Jatropha cookers. And the bacteria that was isolated for this work was Bacillus subtilis, strain B1. Objective. The objective were to determine the phytochemical properties of the plant extract, to isolate, identify, and characterize bacteria from soil, biosynthesize and functionalize the silver nanoparticles, and to characterize the silver nanoparticles. Results. The preliminary, that's the qualitative screening of the secondary metabolites in the Jatropha cookers. The phytochemical screening was done to determine the metabolites. And these are the metabolites: the alkaloids, the tannins, the flavonoids, the saponins, and the phenols. So it was from the preliminary study here, it was discovered that the tannins and the tannin, flavonoids, and saponins are strongly present in the plant of interest, which is the Jatropha cookers, whereas they are moderately present in alkaloids and phenols. And it's the leaf of the Jatropha cookers that we actually use for the research work. Okay. So sorry, I think I missed the materials and the methods here. I went straight to result. It was an oversight, please. Let me just go back to the materials and methods. So we talked the collection of the materials and method, collection of the sample. The sample, the plant sample were collected from a botanical garden in Mekunkele. Was collected from the botanical garden in Mekunkele. It was washed. After washing, it was dried at room temperature. It was dried at room temperature for 15 days. And the reason why this was done was to prevent the destruction of the thermolabile constraint of the plant from direct sun rays. That was the reason why it was done. It was dried under sun rays, so that we can still retain the constituents, the important constituents for the research work. So after this was done, after 15 days, they were disturbed, they were milled, and then after milling them, after milling them, we now use muslin cloth. Muslin cloth was used to sieve. In a 1,000 ml of jar of conical flax, 200 gram of the plant was milled. Part of the plant was poured into the jar, and then 500 ml of water was added to it, and then it was now muslin cloth was now used to. It was boiled. After boiling and cooling, muslin cloth was now used to sieve it, and then further filter paper was also used to get a fine extract. And after that, we moved to the phytochemical screening, the method that was used for the phytochemical screening was the method of trace and advanced 1989. Then we now isolation, identification, and characterization of the bacteria isolate. The bacteria isolate was isolated from the soil of the university environment. And then after isolation, it was cultured and for 24 hours at 37 degrees, was cultured and then incubated for 24 hours at 37 degrees Celsius. After the incubation period, then it was now used for the synthesis. After the incubation period, further characterization characterization was done, and then further characterization was also molecular characterization was also done to ascertain the strain, particular strain that will be used for the synthesis. Then we'll now go to the biosynthesis and functionalization of the silver nanoparticle.
Before you put on the silver.
Biosynthesis and functionalization of the silver nanoparticle. We have bacterial synthesis and green synthesis. For the bacterial synthesis, the cultured bacteria was inoculated into a broth. And after that, it was incubated for 24 hours. After the 24 hours, the broth was now removed, and then it was centrifuged at 180 RPM for 15 seconds to break loose the cell of the bacteria that will be used to get the protein that will be used for this, that's the enzyme that will be used for this synthesis. After that, we will now, for the green synthesis, the extract was added to 500 ml conical flask, and then 1 millimolar of the silver nitrate solution was added to the plant extract, and then allowed for 2 days. After 2 days, we see some color changes that will confirm the synthesis of the nanoparticle. Then characterization was done, and some of the we have HR10. The first characterization that was done was using UV spectroscopy to confirm the synthesized silver nanoparticle. After that, HR10 was done. That is high resolution transmission microscopy was done to further confirm the morphology of the synthesized silver nanoparticle. After that, SRG was also done. SRG was also done to see the crystalline structure of the silver nanoparticle. Then we will now move to the characterization of the plant synthesized, the same characterization. Then to the results. Some of these results I've already presented there to save our time. And this was where I was. The concentration of the secondary metabolites present in Jatropha plants. Then from this, we can see that the flavonoids, the concentration ranges from flavonoids, which had the highest concentration here of 1,866 milligram per 100 gram, while alkaloids had the least, 86.7 milligram per 100 gram. Which means this suggests that this plant has a high tendency of silver nanoparticle production. Okay, this is the molecular characteristics of this test organism. It suggests that the strain, the sample had 99.87% identical to Bacillus subtilis strain B1, which was used for the synthesis. And this is also the capture gel electrophoresis. This is the strain, and it has 1,000 base pair, 1,500 base pair. Then this is the green synthesis of the silver nanoparticle. This is the silver nitrate solution that was used. 1 millimole of this solution was used, and this is the control for the bacterial synthesis. So this is the color changes during reduction of silver nitrate. You can see that this is the color at 0 hour. This is it. Then this is also for the plant. And then at 48 hours, we can see the color change. It has changed from pale yellow to dark brown. And this is because the reason this could be attributable to the reduction of silver ion to a zero valent silver. And also the reason what is responsible for this is because of the surface plasmon resonance, excitation of the surface plasmon resonance of the nanoparticle. So once this is a confirmation that silver nanoparticle has been produced. Once this is observed, the next thing will now be to carry out a UV spec to know the size of the synthesized nanoparticle. And this is the characterization of the silver nanoparticle. That's the UV spec that we are doing here is characterization. This is the UV spectrum of the silver nanoparticle synthesized using the bacteria culture and plant extract. We can see from here that the UV spec for the Bacillus subtilis had 425 nanometer. That was the size, the absorbance, while the Jatropha had 416 nanometer. And just as I mentioned earlier, that the reason for this could be as a result of the surface plasmon resonance. Is the particle size distribution. So after the UV spec has been confirmed, the next thing is this. We can also see from here, you can see the slope of this slope is also symbolic for silver nanoparticle production. So once this is seen, the silver nanoparticle will now be subjected to know the size using a zeta sizer. So for the Bacillus subtilis, the size range from 31.6 nanometer for the Jatropha. Then the high resolution transmission electron microscopy images of the biosynthesized silver nanoparticle. So from here, we could see that the silver nanoparticle synthesized by Bacillus subtilis showed the reason for this high HR term is to see the morphology of the synthesized nanoparticle. So the morphology for the silver nanoparticle synthesized from Bacillus subtilis strain B1 showed a spherical shape. It showed a spherical shape. Just as you can see here, it shows spherical shape. While for the Jatropha hookahs, we could see some sizes ranging from nanorods, nanopyramids, look at it, hexagonal rods. And this is synonymous to the report of Modal et al. 2020, who also reported nanorods for Bacillus synthesized.
Hello,
for Bacillus for silver nanoparticle synthesis using Bacillus.
Hello, ma'am.
So after this, we have the energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy micrograph of the synthesized silver nanoparticle. This characterization is done in order to determine the elemental components of the synthesized nanoparticle. And
you used 27 minutes. Please, can you go to your conclusion? Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, please. It's just that the result was it's enormous. Let me just go to the conclusion. Sorry for taking much of your time. So in this study, green synthesis of silver nanoparticles using aqueous extract of plant leaves were presented. The reduction of silver nitrates using the plant extract was a simple, efficient, and clean technique to synthesize nanostructure, which is the reason why we choose this bacteria and then the plant. Also, the protein, flavonoids, and phenols play an important role in the green synthesis of silver nanoparticles. Because if these components were not present, this synthesis wouldn't have been successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's nice to have you too. We'll wait for questions. And then while we're waiting, I have a few questions on my own. Your topic is quite interesting.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma. The silver nanoparticles. Did you crystallize to get these particles, or were they all in solution? That's the first question I have. And then the second one I have is, I didn't see recommendation for further studies. So I don't know if there are things that people can do to enhance this work or to continue from where you stopped, because it's a very interesting topic. And the third one is the plants that you use, Jatropha cactus. Is there a local name like in Hausa, in Yoruba, or in Igbo that is known for that people can associate themselves with the name and then make the work more understandable? I didn't hear that in the course of the presentation, ma'am. Wait for that question, but you can attack my question while we wait for others. Thank you.
Okay, ma. Thank you. So, what we use for the silver nanoparticle for the bacillus synthesis, we use yes, crystallization. Sorry, crystallization was done for it so as to get the supernatant. Then for the I might not be able to take all the I didn't get all at the maybe the ones I got I will just respond to them. Why you still remind of the ones I didn't respond to. So for the local name for this Jatropha cookers, hospital 2 is what most people, the common name, they call it hospital 2. Hospital 2. That's the common name. I will try to get the name in Hausa and possibly the 3 major Nigerian languages, Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. So those are the questions I could remember. I don't know if you can remind me of other ones.
Okay, I asked if you were able to crystallize to get the particle, like neutralize or do dry freeze to get.
Sorry, please speak out. I didn't hear you clearly. I don't know whether it's my network or something. Just speak out loud so I could hear you.
Can you hear me now, ma?
Okay.
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. I am asking this nanoparticle. Were you able to get it in powdered form, like crystallize and get in powdered form that people can use for further study, or a further study is going to do that?
Yes. Because you have to freeze dry. After the this, I freeze dried and then get more quantity. Get more quantity for further use.
Thank you very much. That will be all from my side. We'll wait for other participants to ask questions.
Thank you.
Okay, well, another person will to present. Can
you see her?
Yes. Give me the mic. Hello, good morning. Is Ifeanyi ready to present? Ifeanyi, are you ready to present, please?
I'm ready to present.
Okay. You can go ahead and share your slides. And I think we are getting background noise from maybe it's not you, from somebody. People should remember to mute. Those who are not talking should remember to mute their audio, please. So, Ifeanyi, over to you. We are ready for you to share your slides. I'm waiting for you. Thank you. Ifeanyi.
Sorry, can I go off now?
Yeah, please, I'm sorry. I'm not really ready with my slides. That's why I texted you that in an hour's time or less. Hello, Dr. Yem speaking.
All right, I will give you the time you need.
And I don't want to present without slides. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Miss, is it Miss or Dr. Ye?
Yes, can I go off now?
All right, yes, you can. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. We are
Thanks for having me. Have a nice day.
Let's ask you.
Hello.
If you are ready for presentation, or please indicate in the chat, so we'll call you.
One salad is ready.
Sorry.
Stomach Khalid.
Yes. Summer college. That's the person.
Yes.
There.
Salma, please, if you're ready, you can share your slides. Salma, are you ready?
He's not there.
PU Ezugu, I'm ready to present.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Talk to her.
Ma, can you hear me now?
Khalid, we can hear you.
All right. We were hearing background noise before, but Please, if you are ready, you can start presenting.
My name is Selma Kali, and I'll be presenting on occurrence of Gardnerella vaginalis among patients diagnosed of bacterial vaginosis in Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, Shika, Zaria. Moving to the introduction. In healthy women, the vagina is characterized by the presence of different species of organisms, of which Lactobacillus is the main organism found in the vagina, which is the normal flora. It is colonized by a variety of species of commensal bacteria, which are harmless except under abnormal conditions. Vaginitis is an inflammation of the vagina that can result in discharge, itching, vaginal odor, and painful urination. And this vaginitis can be classified into three. We have bacterial vaginosis, we have trichomoniasis, and we have candidiasis. But I will be talking on bacterial vaginosis. Bacterial vaginosis is the condition that occurs when the balance of the vaginal flora, that is the normal flora found in the vagina, is depleted and replaced by a high concentration of harmful bacteria, such as Gardnerella vaginalis, Prevotella species, Bacteroides species. Gardnerella vaginalis is one of the bacteria that causes bacterial vaginosis. It's an anaerobic, catalase, and oxidase negative, as well as gram variable, that is, can either be gram positive or gram negative. The most typical symptoms of bacterial vaginosis include watery, thin gray discharge with fishy odor, vaginal irritation. In some cases, painful urination may occur. The risk factors associated with the infection include pregnancy, vaginal itching, miscarriage, diabetes, sexual activity, smoking. Statement of research problem. Vaginal infections are common among women of reproductive age. Bacterial vaginosis increases women's risk of getting other sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV. It is associated with pelvic inflammatory diseases, a serious disease that can harm a woman's reproductive organ, thereby cause infertility. Yes, Gardnerella vaginalis can result in infertility if not taken care of. Justification of research. In developing countries, surveillance of genital tract infection is uncommon. Hence, prevalence data is limited to bacterial vaginosis, candidiasis, and trichomoniasis. Some work has been reported, but little has focused on the detection of Gardnerella vaginalis among female of reproductive age, despite the serious outcome of the infection. You see, despite the outcome of Gardnerella infection, a lot of work have been reported, but they focus less on the detection of this organism, which is the main organism causing bacterial vaginosis. Aim and objective. The aim of this study was to detect the occurrence of Gardnerella vaginalis among patients diagnosed of bacterial vaginosis. Objectives. The objectives of this study were to detect bacterial vaginosis among patients presenting with vaginitis using Amsel's criteria. Determine the sociodemographic and risk factors associated with Gardnerella vaginalis using structured questionnaire. Isolate and identify Gardnerella vaginalis implicated in bacterial vaginosis using cultural and biochemical methods. Determine the antibiotic susceptibility patterns of Gardnerella vaginalis isolated from patients with bacterial vaginosis. The study was carried as methodology. The study was carried out at Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, Shika, and ethical clearance was obtained. The study was conducted after securing approval from the management of Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital. Also, patients' consents were sought for before collection of samples. And for the study population, a cross-sectional study was conducted involving females of reproductive age between 13 to greater than or equal to 51 years who are attending the gynecology clinic of Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital. Sample size 100 samples of high vagina. Ma? I can't hear you.
You have to continue. You have to continue.
Continue, ma'am.
Okay. 100 samples of high vaginal swabs were collected and transported to the Department of Microbiology Laboratory, Ahmadu Bello University, for microbiological analysis. Administration of questionnaires. Structural questionnaires was administered to the consented patient, inquiring for their sociodemographic data and risk factors associated with vaginitis. Sample collection. High vaginal swab samples were aseptically collected from the consented patient and transported in an ice pack to the Department of Microbiology. So now, detection of bacterial vaginosis. This was carried out using AMSEL's criteria, and this criteria comprises of 4 parameters. The first one is presence of thin grayish homogeneous discharge, vaginal pH, which is measured by rolling the swab over a pH strip immediately after swabbing and observe for color change. So this vaginal pH is between 3.5 to 4.5. Once it's more than 4.5, then there is a problem. Wet film preparation for clue cells. Presence of clue cells indicates bacterial vaginosis. Presence of fishy odor after adding 10% potassium hydroxide. So once the patient has at least 3 of these parameters, then the patient has bacterial vaginosis. Then the swabs they collected were subjected to cultural tests using chocolate agar and blood agar, and they were both incubated at 37 degrees for 72 hours. After the period of incubation, a small grayish colonies were observed. Which are pinpoints. Then their colonial morphology, the colonies observed where the isolates were subjected to biochemical tests in order to confirm the organisms. And these biochemical tests include the oxidase, catalase, urase, Voges-Proska, indotest, and methyrate. But fortunately, the organisms were negative for all the biochemicals except methyrate.
Ma, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, let me go to my results. Under the figure 1, I had prevalence of bacterial vaginosis. I had 52% were positive for bacterial vaginosis. Then for my Gardnerella vaginalis, 15.4% were only positive for Gardnerella vaginalis out of the 52%. Occurrence of Gardnerella vaginalis in relation to age. Based on age group, there was no relationship between age group and Gardnerella vaginalis, but it was found that patients greater than 51 years had the highest prevalence of 50%. Occurrence of Gardnerella vaginalis based on the other sociodemographic factors. The non-educated had the highest prevalence compared to the primary level of education that no infection was recorded. And based on occupation, housewives, there was no infection recorded among the housewives, but business women had the highest prevalence. Based on the risk factors, those that had miscarriage had the highest prevalence compared to other risk factors. Diabetes patients too also have the prevalence of 21.4%. Then the percentage of susceptible, intermediate, and resistant. The isolates were resistant to ampicillin. All the isolates were resistant to ampicillin, and 100% of the isolates were susceptible to ceftriaxone. So after my listing, I discovered that there was multi-drug resistance for Gardnerella vaginalis, and 50% of the isolates were multi-drug resistant. So here, no Gardnerella vaginalis was recorded among patients with primary level of education. This might be due to the fact that most patients at this level may not have been exposed to sexual activity compared to tertiary level of education. Conclusion: the study shows a high prevalence of BV, which is 52%. Prevalence of Gardnerella vaginalis among patients diagnosed of BV was 15.4%. There was no significant association between the infection and risk factors. Gardnerella vaginalis infection was higher among BV patients with cases of pregnancy, miscarriage, and diabetes. 50% of the isolates were multi-drug resistant, and the isolates ceftriaxone and levofloxacin were highly susceptible, while ampicillin was highly resistant. That is, all the isolates were resistant to ampicillin. Recommendation: early detection of factors responsible for the overgrowth of different bacteria in the vagina and selecting appropriate drugs for the specific treatment of bacterial isolates are very important for preventing and controlling the infection among women of reproductive age. Thank you.
Very much for that presentation. Although the background noise was interference, but you did good. Thank you very much. We are open for questions now, those online and then those on ground. If there are any questions, please, we have 2 minutes to ask. Question for the presentation. We'll wait for the next person to present.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Please, does anyone want to present? Does anyone want to present? You can unmute.
Please, I'll be ready in about 45 minutes time. Dr. Oyem.
Okay, ma'am. There's no problem, ma'am. Apart from
Yes,
Dr.
thank you.
Oyem, is there present?
This is BS Ugu, and I'm ready to present.
Okay, Mr. Ben, please, we'll let you share your slides now. If you're ready, you can start sharing your slides.
Yes, Ejugu, please, you can present, but we are noticing that we can't see your slides right now, so we're a little bit worried in the first place.
Ejugu, have you started your program?
Yes, we started, sir.
What are you doing here?
So please, do you have any challenge? Your hand is raised.
Okay,
Mr.
wait, he even muted himself.
Or Dr.
Wait, just wait.
Mute yourself, please.
Yeah.
The camera is not charging.
So, what they are saying.
Oh, nice program on the phone.
Come on.
Yes, hello, Michael. Yes, good morning. You should.
Okay, so is there anyone ready for a presentation? We are still waiting on you.
Let me talk, please. Please, if you're ready to present, just either raise your hand or mute yourself, or you can send us a WhatsApp message. Because for now, I think it was only SBU Ezugo that said he wants to present, and he has not still started presenting or that's sharing his slides or even talking in the first place. So please, let's try and present.
Mr. Is something, he said it's ready, yes, but is there a challenge?
The screen already
I'm
shared.
sure he can hear us, right, when we speak.
Eh?
He can hear us when we speak.
Yeah, you can hear that. Anybody right now,
Yes.
anything was saying, they can
He
hear
can
us.
hear us.
Okay, he wants to. Okay, let me ask him to mute himself. Wait, see now. Okay. So yes, your hand is raised. You can unmute yourself. So please unmute yourself. Okay, I think I've seen that you've unmuted yourself.
Yes,
So you
send
can
us your slide.
now share your slides.
Mr. Ezugo, are you having challenges sending your slides? So while we wait on others, while we wait on Mr. Ezugo, any other person interested in presentation, we are waiting on you. Just signify interest and then share your slides. I know my explanation too.
I've muted yourself that I've
Say
yet.
that again.
Okay. Doc, are you ready, ma'am? Doc, are you ready, ma'am?
That's right.
It's not. Just stepped up from the place where she's going to sleep. I'm release this to you.
No.
If you need it more than me. Thank you very much.
Just tell us from the split and starting the presentation.
Right? It should just be there will be no the purpose for doing it will be defeated for me.
Okay, you wanted to get
I wanted, yes, I wanted that kind of
this is the one that is in the right.
how many people are
Friendship.
here?
No.
Knew that by today it would be different story. Everyone will want to write down to their various locations.
The virtual one, they finished it yesterday, or they are still doing today. The
Virtual, you mean
online,
oral?
oral, yes.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure they finished. I'm not sure they finished, but I left them at the time.
Yes, yes. Hello. Which call? Welcome.
Hello? Dr. Yem on the line, please.
Look, we're ready where you are.
Yeah.
Look, can you hear me, ma?
Should be same thing again.
Mr. Chiroke, Mr. Chiroke, Mr. Chiroke, other people will be able to see us.
Sorry, come. Yes, Jota. Since you. Yes, good morning. Please, does anybody want to present?
Good morning.
Yes, good. Do you want to present? If you want to present, go ahead and share your slides and start presenting, please.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Please, you can also unmute yourself to start talking.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay. Here to present on the optimization and production of liquid biofertilizer using microbial cell. This is an outline about fertilizer preparation containing living cells or latent cells of efficient strains of microorganisms that enhance plant growth. These microorganisms facilitate plant uptake of nutrients by their interaction in the rhizosphere of plants when applied through seed or soil. Biofertilizer are cost-effective and renewable source of plant nutrient, devised to supplement the widely used chemical fertilizer for sustainable agriculture. So the long-term use of chemical fertilizer has really destroyed the soils due to increase in acidity of soils and other effects, which result in decrease in quantity and quality of crops. So furthermore, these minerals like nitrogen, phosphorus, calcium, they're always in complex forms, which are not available for plant consumption. So the massive and the long-term use of these chemical products have negatively affected the environment. So beneficial microorganisms in agriculture are mainly plant growth promoting bacteria and fungi, although algae too have been used. So they are grouped into many areas such as plant phosphate solubilizer and nitrogen fixers. These are the major groups: the nitrogen fixers, phosphate stabilizing microorganism, phosphate mobilizer, and so on and so forth. So the statement of the problem: the massive and the long-term use of chemical fertilizer have negatively affected the environment, and the practice of intensive production method and indiscriminate application of agrochemicals also provoke a decrease in plant resistance to biotic and abiotic stress factor. So furthermore, nitrogen, phosphorus, and calcium are in the complex form in soil and hence not readily available for plant uptake. So the manufacturing cost too of chemical fertilizer is high and unaffordable for some peasant farmers, especially in developing countries like Nigeria. So the significance of this, so the liquid biofertilizer produced in this study will increase nutrient absorption in plants, improve soil quality, and also reduce chemical residues, and hence increase crop productivity. And the liquid biofertilizer produced from this study will also provide protection against pests, increase shelf life, and ease of application to a variety of plants due to its multifunctionality. So this study will therefore improve agricultural sector and Nigerian economy at large when utilized. So the aim of this study is to optimize the production of this liquid biofertilizer with microbial cells to enhance plant growth and soil quality. These are my objectives. So basically, to run the materials and methods used from this study, soil samples were obtained from farmland and waste dump soils in University of Port Harcourt, and they were taken to the laboratory for microbiological analysis. The sequence of methods I used. This is a flowchart of the biofertilizer production after isolation of the organism identification. The next is the development of the inoculum, then down to submerge culture. Much. The liquid biofertilizer have to be stabilized because that's the major challenge we're always facing in liquid biofertilizer compared to other fertilizer. Because of the stability, after some days, microorganism may die off due to depletion of nutrients in the broth or culture. So you have to stabilize it. And I used two different chemical agents, 5% of glycerol and the 5% of polyvinyl pyrrolidone, popularly called as a PVP, to increase the shelf life of the biofertilizer. So from my result, from the molecular identification, 6 different organisms were identified: Bacillus legiformis, Pseudomonas fluorescens, Azotobacter proco, Bacillus cereus, Aspergillus niger, Penicillium chrysogenum. And from the percentage of relatedness, they were about 99% and above. The proximate analysis of the 2 substrates are used to enhance microbial growth, which is plantain pea and poultry waste. So from the analysis, it was observed that plantain pea had more carbohydrate content than the poultry waste, even the protein content, the lipid, moisture, the ash content. And most importantly, the nitrogen content of plantain pea was a little bit higher than that of poultry waste. So during the inoculum development, at 192 hours, I had about 5.0 and above, log 5.0 and above microbial load. So in the optimization, I didn't use CCD or RSM. What I used was single factor optimization to check the optimal concentration of the 3 major factors I use, which is poultry waste, plantain pea, and zinc sulfate. From my result here, the microbial cell count using zinc sulfate shows that 3.0% of zinc sulfate was the optimal concentration for Bacillus cereus, Bacillus legiformis, and Penicillium chrysogenum, while 4%, that is weight by volume, was the optimal concentration for the other organisms. And same thing was also applicable to the biomass. While that of plantain pea, majorly 15% was the optimal concentration for all the organisms. That of the poultry waste, 1% was the optimal concentration for Pseudomonas fluorescens, and 3% was the optimal concentration for Aspergillus niger, Penicillium chrysogenum, so after the optimization, the biofertilizer was produced in a little bit larger scale, though in laboratory scale. On 168 hours of fermentation gave me about 6.0 and above log CFU of the microbial cell. And the biomass also increased in the same way the microbial cells count increased. So the biomass also increased at almost the same rate, which at 168 hours, the highest among all the organisms was Pseudomonas fluorescens, that gave about 2.35 gram per 10 ml of biomass. So this shows that the combination of the 3 this in optimization factor, which is poultry waste, plantain pea, and zinc sulfate, really have impact on microbial growth. Though while the fermentation time increases, the pH value also reduces. But however, that of fungi, that is Aspergillus niger and the Penicillium species, had a lower pH value, which is more acidic, while the other was a little bit moderate from 5.0 to 6.5 pH value at 168 hours of fermentation. So this is the pH value of the different organisms used. So after the production, the biofertilizer was analyzed to check the chemical composition. And it was observed that this is the organic nitrogen content, and it was observed that Bacillus cereus broth had the highest organic nitrogen content of 0.42%. However, after mixing all the organisms to get a microbial consortium, I had about 0.036 organic nitrogen content. This is the inorganic nitrogen content, and Bacillus cereus still maintain the highest. This is the total phosphate content of the liquid biofertilizer, and Bacillus cereus still maintain the highest with close to 5.0%. However, the microbial consortium after mixing all together was a little bit lower, less than 1.0. This is the total sulfate content of the liquid biofertilizer. But although azotobacter had the highest, about 900%, compared to others, while Bacillus cereus had the lowest total sulfate content. Then the total organic matter, Penicillium broth had the highest, while Aspergillus niger had the lowest among the 6 organisms used. This is the potassium content. Azotobacter had the highest, about 320 milligrams per liter, while Penicillium species had the lowest of 218 milligrams per liter. This is the casual content of the biofertilizer. Azotobacter still maintain highest, while Bacillus cereus and Bacillus legiformis had the lowest calcium content. This is the magnesium content of the biofertilizer. Azotobacter maintained the highest, while Bacillus cereus had the lowest. So after the production of the liquid biofertilizer, as I said earlier, one of the challenges we have is stability of the liquid biofertilizer to maintain the viability of the microbial cells. So 12 months was used to check the stability of this biofertilizer. After production of the liquid biofertilizer, the initial microbial cell, that is the viable cell, was about log 6.9 CFU per mil. So the third one, there was a little reduction down to the 12 months, where I had about 6.56 CFU per mil. So this shows that the stability of the organisms can still be maintained when applied properly with the stabilizer, that is the glycerol and the PVP. So in conclusion, the novel biofertilizer was developed using 6 different organisms: Bacillus legiformis, Bacillus cereus, Pseudomonas fluorescens, Azotobacter crocum, Aspergillus niger, and Penicillium chrysogenum, so which are isolated from the University of Port Harcourt. Also, the plantain pea and the pottery waste were used as substrate to optimize the production of biofertilizer, which the optimal microbial cells and biomass were also obtained, in addition to the zinc sulfates, which are applied as trace elements. Plantain pea, pottery waste, and zinc sulfate have impact on microbial growth, and the metabolic activity of microorganisms helps in enriching fermentation medium with nutrients that will stimulate the plant growth. So recommendation plantain peel could be used as alternative and cheap substrate for microbial fermentation processes and as a means of converting waste to wealth. And the microbial cultures and the rich fermentation produced in these studies have the potential to enhance plant growth and increase food security with its affordability as compared to chemical fertilizer. And there is need for partnership and Nigerian government and other private sectors to utilize this biofertilizer in industrial scale to create jobs and also enhance our nation agroeconomy. So contribution to knowledge, the plantain peel is good substrate for microbial growth and has more post-milk composition than poultry waste. The growth condition vary with individual organisms. That was one of my main observations. And stabilized biofertilizer can span up to 12 months before the quality reduces drastically. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the presentation. We are now open for questions and then answers. Then those that are ready for presentation, please drop a chat for us. But while we're waiting for you, let's take questions. Mr. Gift, is it? Dr. Gift.
Okay, I'm Mr. Gift.
Mr. Gift, sir, please, I have a little question.
Okay, ma'am.
What advantage does this liquid biofertilizer have over normal conventional fertilizers we use like PKC, which other one? What advantage does it have over these ones? Because I feel at the end of the day, the results, the long-term results is going to be the same. But I don't know if you can claim me on that.
Okay, it has so many advantages. One, it enhances plant growth without causing more effect on the soil, like leaving some heavy metals like the chemical fertilizer usually use also have its own side effects. And secondly, it helps the complex nutrients to be absorbed by the plant due to its activity with the rhizosphere of plants. And it is a little bit cheaper compared to the NPK and all these petrochemical fertilizers. So overall, when applied to check the efficacy of the fertilizer, like the other part of the work, when I confirmed the efficacy of the fertilizer, it was still a little bit higher than, that is the plant growth, or the growth index was a little bit higher than the chemical fertilizer used. So it has so many advantages, and it can also help in pest or disease control. So it has multifunctionality when applied.
I was wondering because I know that yes, there are lots of damages that chemical fertilizers have on the soil and all that, and that's why everyone is considering biological methods. And they are more effective and they are a lot better. But for this work that you have done, have you considered, commercializing it? Have you considered patenting it, You know what I mean?
Oh, yes, yes. Commercializing it, that is in industrial scale, was the major reason why I have to also study the stability of the liquid biofertilizer, because this is one of the challenges people face after producing the liquid fertilizer, which are majorly microbial cultures. Making it to be stable, that is the quality to remain, or the microbial cells to still be viable, pending when used, was a major problem. So I have to use two different chemical agents to stabilize it. This is the reason why I stabilize it. So for any commercial use or commercial purpose, it can still be applied.
And you think those chemicals will not be, they will not incur more costs? You think they will not incur cost when it comes to industrialization, like using it commercially? All those things we should consider economics also when we are considering commercializing anything that has been made from research and we are trying to bring into industry. I like the fact that this research went beyond research and is tending towards commercializing. But the chemicals that will be used or that you have used so far, when you consider the cost of, actually commercializing this, do you think it will be viable? Are you there, sir?
Yes, I can hear you, man. No, sorry. I have some network. Please, I beg a pardon. Can you just repeat yourself, please?
Okay, so I was saying that the chemicals you use, have you considered the cost implication of everything? Because when we talk about commercializing, the cost implication also should be considered, so that in the end, you talked about stabilizing with some chemicals. By the time you consider all of this, do you think that it will not be an expensive process when we now bring research into in industry, like trying to commercialize this your work?
Okay, yes, the two chemicals I use have not checked the cost effect of using those chemicals and cost of production, like if I'm to industrialize it. But however, that should be subject to further research during a visibility study of the business.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Please, we are still open for questions. If you have questions for Mr. Gibbs, please ask your question. As we're waiting for questions, Mr. Joseph, please, you are up next. Mr. Joseph, you are up next. Without questions, Mr. Gibbs, thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you so
We
much.
hope you will stay at the end of the presentation so you can hear others present. And we're happy to have you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Joseph, you can start sharing your slides. Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself and talk.
Joseph, participants. Joseph, ask to Anit.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes for presentation, then 2 minutes for questions and answer. Your time starts now, Mr. Joseph.
Okay, ma'am. So good morning to you all. My name is Odewade Joseph Oluwaseun. I'm from Federal University of Dusamana, Katsina. So the title of my presentation is Assessment of Antibacterial and Phytochemical Properties of Chrysophyllum albidum stem bark extract. Introduction. Infectious diseases are the major causes of morbidity and mortality across the globe. And this means present pressing need for drug discovery initiatives. And to this effect, the search for an innovative antibiotic natural product is ultimately important. And a good example among the versatile medicinal plant by scientists is Chrysophyllum albidum, and it's commonly called Agwaluma in Yoruba, Dra in Igbo, and Agwaluma in Hausa languages. The family is Sapotese. Objectives. The specific objectives of this research are to, 1, obtain the crude extract from the stem barks of Chrysophyllum albidum. 2, assess the in vitro antibacterial potential of the stem bark extract against the enteric bacterial pathogens obtained from the clinical samples. 3, compare the potency of the stem bark extract with the standard antibiotics, streptomycin, ampicillin, ceftriaxone, and tetracycline, which serve as positive control. And 4, screen the extract for phytochemical constituents. Methodology. The plant sample was collected, shade, dry, grind, and weighed. The powder sample 1,500 grams or soaked in methanol and sterile distilled water 3:2 for 4 days with regular agitation at intervals. The mixture was filtered, concentrated in Invaco using a retroevaporator and lyophilized to obtain a 159.3 gram of dark brown stem bark extract. So sensitivity test. Sensitivity test was carried out using agar division method as adopted by Oyewole et al. 2023. So streptomycin, ampicillin, ceftriaxone, and tetracycline 1 milligram per ml serve as positive control, while 10% dimethyl sulfoxide serve as negative control. Methodology, minimum in vitro concentration and minimum bactericidal concentration. So the minimum in vitro concentration and minimum bactericidal concentration were determined by agar dilution method as adopted by Oyewole et al. 2015 and Abidoye et al. 2020. Qualitative and quantitative phytochemical screening of albidum stem bark extract. The stem bark extract of Chrysophyllum albidum was subjected to qualitative and quantitative phytochemical assay using Trace and Evans 2004, Arbon 2006, Ejikeme et al. 2014, and Obdoni and Uchukwu and Udumati et al. 2014's method. So statistical analysis, the data was expressed as mean standard deviation of 3 replicates. Result and discussion. So table 1 shows the sensitivity patterns exhibited by the stem bark extract of Chrysophyllum albidum against bacterial isolates. The stem bark extract exhibited appreciable antibacterial potential against the enteric bacterial pathogens, Escherichia coli, Salmonella typhi, Klebsiella pneumoniae, Shigella dysentery, Proteus vulgaris, and Proteus mirabilis. And the stem bark extract, the zones of inhibitions exhibited by the stem bark extract against bacterial isolate range between 12 plus or minus 0.82 millimeter and 20 plus or minus 0.820 millimeter. And this was consistent with the previous studies on the antibacterial activities of this plant extract, according to Adeleye et al. 2016, George et al. 2018. And these are indication that the stem bark extract could serve as a pointer towards the development of drugs of natural origin to treat infectious diseases caused by these pathogens. Table 2 shows the minimum inhibitory and minimum bactericidal concentration of stem bark extract of Chrysophyllum albidum against bacterial isolate. The MIC exhibited by the Sternbach extract against the bacterial isolate range between 0.63 and 5.00 milligram per mil, while the lowest MIC was 0.63 milligram per mil. The MBC exhibited by the Sternbach extract against the bacterial isolate range between 1.25 and 10 milligram per mil, while the lowest MBC was 1.25 milligram per mil. And this observation was backed by the fact that plant extract with exceptionally low MIC and MBC are known to have appreciable antibacterial potential. Abidoye et al. 2020. So table 3 shows the qualitative and quantitative phytochemical composition of the Chrysophyllum albinum Sternbach extract. The phytochemical assay of the Sternbach extract of C. albinum revealed the presence of tannins, alkaloids, flavonoids, saponins, phenols, and terpenoids in varying amounts. And this agree with the work of previous researchers. Jemileke et al. 2017, Akanji 2020, who reported the presence of these phytochemicals in the Sternbach extract of Chrysophyllum albinum. And these compounds are known to be biologically active and contribute to the antimicrobial activities of medicinal plants. Trees and Evans 2002. And these are indications that these phytochemicals contributed to the antibacterial potential of this plant extract against the test isolate used for this study. Conclusion and recommendation. These studies established that the Sternbach extract of C. albinum exhibited appreciable antibacterial activities against the entire bacterial pathogen, which are found in significance as a folklore remedy. And it was observed that the plant extract are endowed with phytochemical compounds, which are known to be biologically active. Hence, presence of this secondary metabolite could be responsible for its antibacterial properties. Different formulations of drugs be prepared by research institute from these plants for clinical trials for the treatment of microbial infections. Acknowledgement. The author's indebted gratitude goes to the Microbiology Laboratory at Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, Kano State, Nigeria, for the provision of test isolate used for this study. We also acknowledge the member of staff of the Department of Microbiology, Bayero University, Kano State, Nigeria, for their support and provision of space for the research work. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. I hope is Mr. Doctor, sir.
I can't hear you.
I said thank you very much for the presentation.
You are welcome.
Thank you very much. We are open to questions now.
Okay.
Yes. We'll take questions and then we'll head on to the next person. We'll have 2 minutes for questions.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to, seeing the continuing part of this research where you maybe do something, we'll now have to bring it home, like bring it to reality. We're using it to treat a particular infection or using it as a form of preservative for food against spoilage microorganisms. We're looking forward to that.
Okay. Thank you.
One doctor, listen.
Hello.
We're waiting for questions from Mr. Joseph, but if there are questions, If there are no questions for him, we'll head to the next person. Dr. Yem, are you ready?
Just give me a few minutes, please.
All right, ma'am. Mr. Joseph, thank you for your presentation. You can step down while we wait for the next person to present.
Okay, you are welcome. You are welcome.
Hope we continue to stay in the meeting till it's over. Thank you.
I'm not sure.
She said that
Hello?
Okay, Doctor, you can go ahead and present. We are seeing your slide now.
Me? Hello? I'm ready for my presentation. Please, can you hear me? Please, can you hear me? My internet connection is not stable at all.
We can hear you, ma.
Hello?
We can hear you, ma.
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, please,
Yeah, my internet connection is not stable.
So sorry about that, ma.
It's just going off and on. Let me just quickly do this.
All right, ma.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's just going off and on, off and on. But let me just quickly do this. Yeah.
It's from our end. She's not on. She has gone offline. She has gone offline.
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Please, can you hear me?
Can I hear you, ma?
Please, my internet connection is very unstable. My internet connection is very unstable. It's going off and on.
At the moment, we can hear you, ma. At the moment,
Please, can you hear me?
At the moment, we can hear you, ma. We would just like you to continue.
You can hear me. Okay, please. Okay. Good morning, co-participants. I'm here to present a paper entitled Heavy Metals in Sludge from Septic Tank Sewage, the implication for use as fertilizers, from the University of Delta Arbor in Delta State. So heavy metals are elements whose densities are high, typically above 5 grams per centimeter cube. And in sludge, they have been found, many of them have been found in sludge. When I say sludge, I mean biosolids that accumulate from septic tanks. So these heavy metals, their origin and distribution, they are virtually everywhere in air, water, soil, mainly from geogenic sources and anthropogenic sources. Mainly, these heavy metals find themselves in septic tanks from the activities of man, when we use the toilets, when we bathe, our excrement, then the bath water and all that, the cream we use, zinc, for instance, is found in many cosmetics. So somehow, by the time the septic tank separates into scum, that's the top layer, then the effluent, which is easily taken off through the soak away pits, the biosolids, which is the sludge, is left. So examples of the heavy metals include lead, zinc, chromium, cadmium, arsenic, mercury, vanadium, manganese, and the likes. So these heavy metals, many of them are essentials. Some are also non-essentials. So be that as it may, they are all deleterious to man, especially cadmium, mercury, arsenic, and lead. So what are the characteristics of sludge from septic tank? They are high in organic matter. They contain potentially toxic heavy metals like the ones I previously mentioned, and also the presence of disease-causing microorganisms. Sewage sludge, usually, they're treated before they are disposed of. Like the septic tank that I'm talking about, it treats the sewage sludge, but not completely. So usually semi-treated. So the aim of this discussion is to see how, trying to look at how these heavy metals in sludge can be dealt with. Because if you look at sludge, being very high in organic matter is a very good fertilizer. It can serve as not just organic fertilizer, but cheap for farmers. Because if you look at the way things are now, the chemical fertilizers, they are on the high side. And considering our team, Emerging Microbial Technologies for National Economic Development, we're looking for ways that we can better our lot. And food security is one of the SDG goals at Goal 2. Yeah, there are about zero hunger. So we have to look at how we can make use of our waste in the farms, you know, to make our crops grow better and the yield increase. So most times, many a times when we have a septic tanks maintained and this sludge removed, we just dispose them off. But they can be used, they can be reused in the farms to provide cheap manure for farmers. So, but there are challenges with the use of septic tank sludge as fertilizers. As beneficial as they are, these heavy metals can easily bioaccumulate because in solution, they can be taken up, they're usually taken up in solution by plants. And of course, from there, it bioaccumulates in animals and eventually in humans. And many of them have been found to be deleterious in terms of birth defects, even cancers and deaths are traceable to some of these heavy metals. So bioaccumulating in plants and eventually in humans in deleterious concentration can be of great public health significance. So in my work, I collected samples from 3 sites, locations, A, B, C, Abo, Bini, and Saple, and I picked the sludge from these samples. I made a composite, took about 5 of them, put them together, and I analyzed for heavy metals using atomic spectrophotometry. Let me get that very, yes, atomic absorption spectrophotometry. And the following heavy metals were seen from the work, as you can see on the chart here: iron, manganese, zinc, copper, chromium, and the others. So the inlet chamber, because the septic tank is usually divided into 2, the inlet and then the outlet. The inlet is usually covered completely so that it can collect the waste. Then when the waste is filled up, it flows into the outlet, which has direct contact with the soil. That's the one we refer to as the soak away. So the sludge accumulates mainly in the inlet chamber and a little bit of it in the outlet chamber. So these heavy metals usually are immobilized from sewage effluents by pH-controlled microbial absorption. And that is where microorganisms come in dealing with some of these heavy metals. If you look at the results here, you will notice that the inlets and the outlets, there's a little difference. If you look at iron over here, you have a 1,200 milligram per kg in location A. Sorry, my table shifts a little. I don't know if I can adjust that. Shift a little. So location A has iron content. The inlet chamber as high as 1,201. But if you look at the outlets, you notice that a little difference, in fact, quite a significant difference, 574. Microbes have acted upon it and they have immobilized some of them through pH-controlled absorption and so many other mechanisms that they use. We notice that the location B had the highest iron concentration. Zinc concentration was highest in location A, and in location C, we had highest concentration of cadmium, nickel, lead, and vanadium. Okay. So the use of septic tank sewage as sludge as fertilizers, as I earlier said, we have the risks of potential presence of heavy metals, but we're not going to say because heavy metals are present, we'll throw the baby out with the bath water. So we'll look for a way to take out these heavy metals and then utilize the high organic content of this sludge for our farms. So we know that heavy metals, pollutants, enrichment in soil, plant, and animal pastures, and subsequently its introduction into the food chain can affect man in so many ways. It can also affect soil function and biodiversity as some other microorganisms, some other invertebrate lower organisms that are found in soil can also be, their workings and functionality can also be disrupted by the presence of these heavy metals. So what are we going to do to improve the use of sludge as fertilizers? We are going to treat, as we obtain them from the septic tank, we'll treat further. So further treatment over time will reduce the heavy metal doses from sequestration. So over time, you expose this sludge to components of the environment, to air, to water, allow the microorganisms to further biodegrade. And with time, if you can do this in an enclosure, with time, the sludge will be decontaminated, so to say, or the heavy metal content reduced. Then there's also the immobilization in soil organic matter. When we introduce this heavy sludge to soil, over time, some of these heavy metals are precipitated out of soil solution because they are only very harmful when they are in solution form and they can easily be taken up by plants. But when they are immobilized, they precipitate out of solution. They also form complexes. So complexation is also a mechanism that can take heavy metals out of soil solution. So when they complex with soil organic matter, they can now be unavailable because it is their availability that makes them present in forms that the soil can easily take up. Then another way that sludge can be used is to apply in very low concentration. So low application doses of sludge can reduce heavy metal concentration in soil. And that also will help to use this sludge in a reasonable way. But excessive application of sludge will definitely increase the bioavailability, and then the negative effects we're talking about will come to play. So in conclusion, heavy metal distribution in sludge from septic tank was studied, and we found iron, manganese, zinc, and many others found in this study were found as heavy metals in sludge. And this has serious implication on the use of sludge as compost. However, since sewage sludge is a good source of nutrients for plant growth, the presence of heavy metal in this sludge can hamper its use. So I am advocating the need for proper treatment of sludge prior to use as fertilizers as a matter of public health significance. Thank you. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for listening.
What were the sources of your... Okay. I said thank you so much, Ma, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have some questions, and the first one I would like to ask is, where exactly was the source of your effluent? Your effluent, you said you collected effluent from about 3 states. So can you give us, you didn't mention some of the places where you got them from.
Okay, location A, B, and C. Okay, Agbo, yes. Benin, and Saple.
Okay, where exactly? What industries? I just want to know.
No, the households, from households, domestics,
okay,
from households, septic tank. I broke up the septic tanks. I went with a plumber, broke the septic tanks, harvested the sludge, and immediately took for analysis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then secondly, Ma,
yes,
you talked about immobilization of the you talked about immobilization of the sludge before you use it on the soil. That way, it will be it will not like it will be in solid form. You remember when you said that?
Yes, I said that. Yes, I mentioned. I said sludge use as fertilizers because of the presence of heavy metals.
Yes,
there's a problem. So we're trying to tackle that problem. And I did mention that immobilization by soil, bacteria, microorganisms can help to take these heavy metals out of solution, because they are usually labeled, when I mean labeled, the ease with which they are taken up when they are in solution.
Okay.
They can easily be taken up by plant roots.
Yes, when they are in solution.
Yes.
Sometimes application of chemicals are in solutions. So I am concerned about
Sorry,
that.
I can't get that.
Application of chemicals or fertilizers are usually in solutions.
Yes. Yes, what I'm talking about is just the ability of the microbes to immobilize, not the sludge now, the heavy metals.
Okay.
The heavy metals within the sludge.
Okay.
So how they do this is usually they precipitate them out of solution. You know, the soil is in 3 components: the liquid, the solid, and the gaseous phase. So the liquid phase of soil, that's where they do this mechanism. Take them out of solution. We call that process immobilization. And they also form complexes with some soil organic matter. And that complexation also reduces their availability for uptake, phytouptake.
Okay, just to be
That's
clear
what I
about.
mean.
Thank you very much.
All right.
My thanks, Ma. We're waiting for more questions.
They say that people will continue to join from the other side. For 500 LC.
They want to join.
Yes. I've sent the link now to them so that they will join and talk.
Dr. Yan, thank you very much, ma. Without any further, we're happy to have you, and we solicit that you still remain in the forum so you have contributions and then questions and corrections to give people that will still come and present. Thank you very much, ma.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. God bless. Yeah, bye-bye.
Good morning, all. Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mrs. Chairman, can I go on with my presentation, please?
Yes, you can. Let's give you the permission to slide.
Yes, please.
Can you drop your name in the chat?
I am Safia Abdulkader from Saadat Rimi University of Education, presenting on a review on the role of microorganisms and food security.
Should you share your slides?
Please share your slides, ma'am.
Thank you, ma.
You're welcome.
Those are not sure to be. You know, it's been 7 minutes that is coming. I should help you come up with it. You told him I'll be with you. Okay,
Sorry, ma, I'm having, give me some few minutes, let me share it.
Okay.
Sorry, Ma, please let me fix the technical hitches I'm facing. I will be back soon. Thank you. Sharon ma, yaki, ya nuna min files ɗin ma, yaki dan wulaƙanci. Wallahi. Haka shi da mutunci wannan abu.
Mute. And then share. Io mi dico che non sai
Okay. I share as bad as you know.
io che tavoli.
I'm still planning.
Se lo fanno share.
Kasha.
So look at what share motion, share sound. Tonight's way. Tonight's way.
Excuse me, please. Can you please enable the screen sharing, please?
Is enabled, ma.
But I don't seem to be able to share the slides, actually.
Can you send the slides so display for you?
Attach to the charts.
Attach it to the chat, ma.
Okay. Yeah, key. I've done that, ma'am.
Should have said.
Ma, have you received it? I have sent it.
Recording.
The slide is not open.
The slides.
It's not opening?
Yes, ma'am, the slides are not open.
Oh dear. I think let me change the windows and revert, please. Maybe it's the
Thank you,
windows.
ma'am. When you revert, can you try and see if you can share by yourself?
Yes, I will. Let me change the windows. Maybe it's the windows that is giving us issues. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Sakae, please, you can start presenting. I believe your slide have opened.
Are you seeing the slides now, please?
Yes, ma, are you seeing it?
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. I am Safia Abdulkader from Saada Turimi University of Education, Kano, presenting a paper on the review on microbes and their role in attaining food security. So first, I'd like to introduce, next slide, please. It's not working. The global demand for food is increasing with the growth of the human population, as we know that the population is exponentially growing and there is need for increase in the amount of food being produced. One of the effects that is affecting food security is the climate change, which leads to long-term and seasonal variations in weather conditions, waterlogging, freshwater availability, increase in air temperature, and declines in relative humidity, as well as extreme rainfall events. So here we did a review on foods and microbes as foods and nutrient sources for humans and livestock. So microbes were found to be manipulated and used as food sources and nutrient providers for humans and livestock. Proteins are essential in human diets and animal feeds, And it was found that Aspergillus, Corynebacterium, and Brevibacterium are examples of amino acid sources used in dietary and feed supplements. We all know that the mammals cannot process vitamin B12, that is the cyanocobalamin, which can be produced through direct fermentation by Pseudomonas, whereas riboflavin, which is an important vitamin B2 that is needed, can be produced from fermentation of Ascomycetes, Bacillus, and Corynebacterium. Additionally, there are organic acids such as lactic acid, which can be produced in the fermentation process, which are used, for example, the lactobacillus is used as the culture used for yogurts. And also here locally, we use it to ferment nono, which we use in frada nono, in doing masa, and in various foods and beverages here in the northern parts of the country. Also, next slide, please. Also, we know that there are phosphorus, which is needed. Next slide, please. Microbes as phosphorus solubilizers. No, the first one, please. Yes. Microbes as phosphorus solubilizers. We have the phosphate solubilizing bacteria. Normally in the cultivation of rice, maize, and wheat, we use the NPK fertilizers, which are chemicals that can be harmful to the soil. And also when there are runoffs, they usually run into rivers and cause havoc. So these microbes as phosphorus solubilizers include the Bacillus cereus, Atrobacter, Pseudomonas, Microbacterial liverformans. These organic acids that are produced by these phosphorus solubilizers usually help to reduce soil pH, which act as chelators for divalent cations such as calcium, releasing the bonded phosphorus ion for plant absorption, because plants cannot usually absorb direct phosphorus from the soil. So it needs to be solubilized, and which these microorganisms that I mentioned earlier usually help by secreting organic acid, which help in solubilizing this phosphorus, which can be used by plants. This approach is more promising and could serve as an alternative source of phosphorus for plants. We also have the plant growth promoting microbes, which have a positive impact on crop growth and soil health without competing with the other soil microflora. We all know that there are the original natural flora that are found in the soil. This plant growth promoting microbes associate in a symbiotic association with the soil microflora to promote the growth of plants. For example, we have the nutrient auxin, which is available for plant uptake. This intensification of the root hair formation, biomass, and root length was observed in the symbiotic association of plant growth promoting microbes with crop rhizosphere. Also, these PGPMs also include bacteria. They secrete gibberellins, which increase the seed, which breaks seed dormancy. Also, they improve performance by facilitating nitrogen fixation, mineral nutrient solubilization, chelatization of minerals, ion exchange reactions, etc. The application of PGPM as biofertilizers is widely acceptable as an eco-friendly approach to replace the hazardous chemicals which can be washed into our water bodies, which are harmful to human and animals' consumption. Next slide, please. We have biopesticides. Microbes such as the Bacillus, the Pseudomonas, the Rhizobium secrete various compounds, including antibiotics, siderophores, and secondary metabolites, which eliminates these plant pathogens. We have soil water binders. In the world we are living now, we have areas that are facing droughts. So these microorganisms, when they're inoculated in this soil, serve as soil water binders. Like, for example, the mycorrhiza and trichoderma have been reported to have a high soil water holding capacity with their mycelium enhancing soil water repellents and being sufficient to maintain water stable soil aggregation, in the sense that there are microbes that are soil water binders that act as emulsifiers. They usually loosen the soil. For example, in the northern part of the country, we have most of sandy soil, and it is easily run off, it is easily washed away. by sand and by heavy rainfall and wind during the Harmattan. So when this mycorrhiza and trichoderma are being inoculated, I think they will make an impact in reducing the looseness of the soil by soil holding water capacity that they have. In conclusion, microorganisms have proven to be of great benefit in areas of sustainable agriculture. They are also involved in bioremediation. For example, lead, chromium has been removed by species of aspergillus and what have you. So microbes can be used in sustainable agriculture. More researches need to be done to unfold the potentials of these microbes in agriculture. Thank you so much for listening.
So much. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, ma.
We have 2 minutes for questions. If you have questions, please just ask. We're still awaiting questions.
There's somebody else to present what on Monday. To present. So it's ready. I've told him to go ahead.
Without much question or no question, Ms. Sapphire, thank you very much. It was nice to have you, and we hope you remain in the meeting to encourage others and ask questions if you have questions to ask. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome, ma. Thank you. Do have a nice and peaceful deliberations. Thank you.
You too, ma. You too, ma. We are calling on Monique. On Monique, you are next to present. You can start sharing your slide. You've been authorized to share your slide.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. All protocol duly observed. I am Efunwole Omonike. The title of my work is Comparative Antibacterial Effects of Twisted Extracts on Staphylococcus mutans associated with dental caries.
Ma, we haven't seen your slide, ma.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma. Please, you can share slides. We are not seeing your slides. You've been authorized to share your slides. You can start sharing your slides, ma.
She cannot do. She should send it. Let's do it.
If you're unable to share your slides, you can send it in so we'll help you and share.
The woman's network.
While we're waiting for Monica, please, if any other person is ready for presentation, indicate in the chat. And if you want to send in your slides, you can send in your slides as well.
Then the silence patapata so that anybody will take.
Miss Bello, you can read and talk.
I am ready.
You can start sharing your slides, Miss Bello.
Okay. 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 Okay, please, can you see my slide?
Yes.
Can you see my slide?
You can see your slide.
Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Billy Maderonke. All protocols to be observed. I'm here to present my research on the work antibiogram of selected aerobic bacteria isolated from patients presenting with vaginitis in Afan Bello Teaching Hospital, Shika's area. And here in the 54th Annual Congress of Nigeria Society of Microbiology. Please, can you hear me?
About 10 minutes.
7 minutes. They open up in 7 minutes.
Can I continue?
Yes, ma, you can continue, ma.
Okay. Moving on to the introduction of my topic. Now, aerobic vaginitis is a vaginal abnormality caused by aerobic bacteria, which has posed a negative threat in women, especially reproductive women in the country. And the common bacteria that are the common bacteria that are aligned with aerobic vaginitis are commensals of the intestine and skin. An example of bacteria that are commensal of the intestine are the Escherichia coli species, and as well as those that are commensals of the skin is Staphylococcus aureus. So these three bacteria are among the aerobic bacteria that are implicated with aerobic vaginitis. And the global emergence of aerobic vaginitis has been appeared along increase in antibiotic resistance. Hereby, it has been difficult to treat, and also it has been misdiagnosed with PV, which is a common vaginitis in the medical sector. Now, for the statement of research program, AV has been on increase, and 7.9 to 23% of women has been infected with vaginitis, according to the study of Rumian Seva in 2016, and the prevalence was also high in pregnant women to be 2% to 51%, and for in non-pregnant women to be 8.5 to 48.3% in the research performed by Baptista in 2016. And the justification of this research is to perform antibiotic sensitivity on the aerobic bacteria that are causing aerobic vaginitis, and also be able to come out with possible antibiotics to use to aid proper treatment of aerobic vaginitis. The aim of the research is to determine the antibiogram of selected aerobic bacteria among patients presenting with vaginitis in Ahmad Bello Teaching Hospital, and the objectives were to isolate and identify aerobic bacteria such as Escherichia coli, Klebsiella species, and Staphylococcus aureus from high vaginal swabs using cultural and biochemical tests. The second objective was to determine the antibiotic solubility pattern, that's the antibiogram of selected aerobic bacteria using Eger-Dick's titration method, also known as Kariwa technique. And the third objective was to determine the socio-demographic and risk factors associated with aerobic vaginitis. And the methodology used, the ethical clearance, ethical approval was obtained from the Health Research Ethics Committee in Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital, and for the study population, the females of reproductive age between the ages of 13 years to greater than or equal to 15 years, their samples were collected in Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital, and also questionnaires were administered to the patient. That's why their consent has been taken, of course. The samples were collected, 100 samples, that is 100 high vaginal swabs, were collected by a trained nurse with a disposable swab stick, and it was transported to the Department of Microbiology in an ice pack to retard the growth, and microbiology analysis was carried out in the laboratory of the Department of Microbiology laboratory in Ahmadu Bello University. And also the isolation of bacteria. When the swab sticks were transmitted, of course, they were inoculated on Maconchi agar, eosinophilic methylene blue, and eosinophilic methylene blue and Mansott agar. And the bacteria that were isolated were Klebsiella species, Escherichia coli, and Staphylococcus respectively. They were gram stained. What's it called? The isolated bacteria, the suspected bacteria, of course, were gram stained, and for the Klebsiella species and Escherichia coli, it was gram negative. That is, it was purple. It was what's it called? It was gram negative. That means the rod. The rod were it was gram negative rod, pinkish gram negative rod, and for Staphylococcus aureus, it was gram positive, purple gram positive cocci. Yes, and the biochemical characteristics in vic were carried out on both Klebsiella species and Escherichia coli, and for the Staphylococcus aureus to ascertain that it was Staphylococcus aureus, we had to carry out coagulates, catalase, and DNase to ensure that the suspected organism was Staphylococcus aureus. So at the end of this, Klebsiella species, Escherichia coli and Staphylococcus aureus were identified via cultural and biochemical test. And moving on to the antibiotic sensitivity testing, the antibiotic sensitivity patterns of each of these organisms, that's the Klebsiella species, Escherichia coli and Staphylococcus aureus, were carried out using chloramphenicol, ampicillin, levofloxacin, which is quinolone, gentamicin, and levofloxacin, gentamicin, and ceftriaxone. And they were interpreted using the CLSI standard 2021. And also the bacteria isolated that were resistant to 2 or more classes of antibiotics were considered to be multi-drug resistant. Now, moving on to the results. This chart here, this pie chart here, is showing the prevalence of aerobic vaginitis among patients with vaginitis. 23% of the high vaginal swabs collected were after the cultural test and biochemical test, the results came out as positive for 23% of the vaginal swabs. That is, here in 23%, the implicated aerobic bacteria are Klebsiella species, Escherichia coli, and Staphylococcus aureus. Where Klebsiella species was 11, the Escherichia coli, 9 of the samples, Escherichia coli was 9, and the remaining 5 were Staphylococcus aureus. And here the 77% is implicating that they were non-AV. That means there were other vaginitis, which wasn't aerobic vaginitis, which was caused by aerobic bacteria. So it can either be BV, candidiasis, trichomoniasis, among others. Now the prevalence of aerobic vaginitis based on age. Here, the age group 51 to 50%, 41 to 50, 41 to 50 years age group had the highest prevalence. among the age group. And this could be due to the fact that this age group are of the women here, of course, the study population were females. So the females here are close, most elderly, most of them are getting close to their elderly age. So when females are going close to their elderly age, the vaginal epithelial wall grows thinner, hereby making other opportunities pathogens, such as aerobic bacteria prone to that area. Hereby when the vaginal epithelial is thin, it is exposed to entry of other pathogenic organisms. And of course, this aerobic vaginitis may have been displaced to the vaginal area, causing aerobic vaginitis. And yes, moving on to the next slide, the prevalence of aerobic vaginitis based on socio-demographic factors. The females that had primary education had the highest prevalence. This could be due to lack of enlightenment in the study population. That might have caused the highest prevalence of aerobic vaginitis among them, followed by the secondary education as well. And this support was in agreement with the research of Yalu et al. In 2020 in northern Ethiopia, where as well the secondary education, female who had secondary education were 12.3% as well. It could have been due to lack of enlightenment and awareness to the respective students in that area. And also, prevalence of aerobic vaginitis based on occupation. The housewives had the highest prevalence of 40%. This might have been due to personal hygiene, yes, lack of proper personal hygiene, and also risky sexual practices. And moving on to the prevalence of aerobic vaginitis based on risk factors. Female who had history of miscarriage and females who used condom during sexual intercourse had the highest prevalence in the in this study. With the females who used condom had 3.6% prevalence, and females with who had history of miscarriage had 2.5 percent of prevalence. Now, with female who had miscarriage is one of the adverse effects of aerobic vaginitis, which was not properly treated. Part of the adverse effects are miscarriage, infertility, miscarriage, infertility. Miscarriage can be caused by PROM, that is premature rupture of the membrane, and also if we use condom during sexual intercourse as this percentage. This can be due to proper use of condom during sexual intercourse. Hereby, since sometimes condom might not be 100% protective, so some imbalance in the microfauna of the vagina might have made some pathogenic bacteria, yes, some pathogenic bacteria colonize the area of the vagina. So now for the prevalence of vaginitis based on gestation period, females who were pregnant and were in their third trimester had the highest prevalence of aerobic vaginitis. And this might have been due to the study population. Hereby, the females who were in their third trimester went for antenatal during their third trimester. They didn't go early. This might have been the reason for the highest prevalence in the third trimester. Moving on, prevalence of aerobic vaginitis on symptoms. Female who had painful sex, yes, they had the highest prevalence of aerobic vaginitis. So, not even vaginitis, painful sex, one of the symptoms of vaginitis that were present in the percent, and the 23%, 48.82% were Klebsiella, and 30.43% were Escherichia coli, and 21.74% was Staphylococcus aureus. So the antibiotics single discs that were used to perform the antibiotic sensitivity testing of the what was it called? These are the antibiotic. These antibiotics.
Ma, you used up your time. Please conclude.
She didn't unmute herself.
About yes. What's really more?
She did not unmute herself.
Came from the virtual, the physical section to the here. Only the both of us. Miss Miriam, please unmute yourself and talk. You have to conclude. Okay, she's already concluded. No, unmuting herself.
Ma, has it been muted since?
Yes. We didn't get you.
So you weren't listening to anything I was saying. I didn't know.
Please
I
go back
didn't
to
know.
conclusion, conclude and then recommend.
Okay. Can you see my slide now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. I recommend in this study, proper measures should be taken towards sexual education, hygiene practices, and sexual risk behaviors. And douching should be discouraged by females as the vagina is self-lubricating and cleansing. Fluoroquinolones, such as levofloxacin, according to this research, can be used to treat vaginal infection caused by aerobic vaginitis. And also, patients presenting with vaginitis require adequate investigations with proper treatments. Actually, this study was aimed to check for that. Proper treatment to prevent the adverse effects of infection on women, such as miscarriage, infertility, and postpartum complications. And also, more studies should be made to check for the antibiogram of aerobic bacteria causing vaginitis against other classes of antibiotics to aid proper prescription, as Escherichia coli, Klebsiella species, and Staphylococcus aureus are not the only aerobic bacteria causing aerobic vaginitis. There are other aerobic bacteria causing aerobic vaginitis, especially the enterobacterials. So more studies should be made to check for the antibiogram and to check for proper antibiotics that can be used towards them. Thank you for listening. Please, I'm very sorry I didn't unmute. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma. It's okay. Thank you, ma. Thank you. You have 2 minutes for questions, then we'll move to the next person. While we're waiting for the questions, BUSU, please be ready. We're going to be next. Please, Bello, there is a question in the chat for you. The person asked.
Okay. The chat.
Yes, the person
I can
is
see
asking.
it.
All right, please.
Okay. Yes. Staph aureus affects mostly superficial. How can you? Yes. It's staph aureus can be displaced to the vagina. It is a commensal of the skin. So when it is displaced in the vagina, hereby colonizing the lactobacillus that is supposed to be the normal flora in the vagina, it can cause aerobic vaginitis because an aerobic bacteria. Yes, I agree that it causes superficial infections, yes. But when it is displaced in the vagina, rather, it is not supposed to be there. It's not meant to be there. Hereby, and in this case, it has already colonized the bacillus that is present in the vagina. It can cause aerobic vaginitis. Am I clear? Please, can you hear me? Should I type that?
You are very clear. You are very clear.
Okay. So it is not found there initially. It can be displaced there due to proper lack of proper hygiene. And douching, yes. Douching also increases the rate of imbalance in the vagina. Yes. So it should be discouraged.
No. Yeah. Ma, thank you very much for that presentation. We'll head to the next person. BUSU. If you are ready, please, you can start sharing your slides.
What to present you, but I'm
Did you see the question somebody asked?
Yes, she
Okay.
responded to it. Yes. You are there. You came there. You are. What's the name of the already? Oh, it's
Me too.
Suji Malaki, please, if you are ready to present, signal by raising your hand, or you can unmute yourself and start sharing a slide.
Okay, I think this.
Am I coming out? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay, okay. I am Osuji Malaki. Okay, I am Osuji Malaki Ikoku. I am presenting on the topic effect of addition of certain substances during slurry preparation to optimize biogas production. But first of all, before we start, we should ask ourselves, what is biogas? Because biogas is now a family name. Everybody is almost aware of what is happening. So biogas is a mixture of gases produced during anaerobic digestion of biological or organic material. And this anaerobic process must take place inside a biodigester. So that is to say, no particular one gas is called biogas. So what is biodigester? Because this biogas production digester is to produce biogas. Digestion means oxygen is not required. And the material to be used for biodigester
Morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Efunwole Omonike. Have I given the opportunity to present? Have I been allowed to present, sir?
We already have someone who is presenting, but I believe network knocked the person out. So please drop your name on the chat. So we'll slot him.
Good afternoon, sir. Ma, please have I a chance to present? Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma. Have I been given the opportunity to present? Efunwole Omonike.
You've been told to drop your name on the chat, ma'am. So we are taking it the name on the chat. Unfortunately, the other gentleman has dropped out because of any network issues. So we are moving on from this.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma. Have I been given the opportunity to present? My own serial number is.
It's not about serial number now, ma'am. Please don't be offended. Just drop your name on the chat and tell us you are ready to present. They will now pick up. As you can see, some people have already dropped their names. We have about 3 people who have dropped their names now. So we want to actually continue from there in the first place. Please. Can you get me, ma'am? So hello, Mr. I don't know, sorry, Yandev, can you present now? Yandev. Yandev, can you present?
I'm ready, sir.
Okay, please go ahead. So,
yeah. I'm trying to share my screen.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. While we're waiting for you to share your screen, you have 5 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for questions. In total of 7 minutes. Please.
Can you see my screen now? Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. Standing on the existing protocol, I'm Yande Doesi, presenting on the topic studies on salmonellosis in poultry droppings from selected poultry farms within Boko metropolis of Benue State. Okay. Poultry farming is one of the major sources of meat protein in Nigeria and has something to do with salmonella, or salmonellosis is a disease caused by a bacterium known as salmonella. Salmonellosis causes fowl typhoid resulting in increased mortality and poor quality in chicks hatched from infected eggs, leading to loss of profitability. Human infections are usually associated with animal contact and the consumption of contaminated food products, such as poultry, meat, and other dairy products. It is a leading, that is, salmonella is a leading cause of food poisoning. Aim of the study, the aim of this study is was to investigate the occurrence of salmonellosis, that is disease caused by bacterium salmonella from selected poultry farms in the study area. Objectives of the study are here, and the study was carried out in Boko Metropolis, a local government under Benue State of Nigeria. The samples were collected in five different poultry farms in the study area. And a total of 20 fecal samples were collected from each of the 5 locations at different points, making a total of 100 samples of poultry droppings collected and analyzed. Sterile spatulas were used to collect samples of freshly passed poultry droppings in sterile universal sample bottles. The droppings were collected as soon as the feces are passed out at random points within the farm and transported to a microbiological laboratory for analysis. 1 gram of fecal samples was weighed using a weighing balance, after which it was added into 9 meals, that is a kind of cereal dilution. Samples using sterile water for the cereal dilution experiment. This was carried out in order to obtain less bacterial load. The homogenates were then cultured on Salmonella shigella agar. The culture was done in the petri dishes by the spread plate method, using 0.1 ml of the sample from the final dilution, and afterwards the inoculated plates were incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. After the results, the inoculated plates were removed and the colonies were counted using a colony counter. Then the total viable count. After the incubation time, counts were made using colony counting colonies. The colony counts were calculated using the formula below. Samples were also enriched. Fecal samples collected were enriched by adding 1 gram of each into 10 ml of selenite F broth and incubated again at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours for growth. A loopful culture from selenite F broth was stripped on Salmonella shigella agar plate, and the plates were incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. The incubator plates were observed for characteristic colonies, that is large, moist black, and pink colonies. The characteristic colonies were picked up and stripped on DCA agar in order to differentiate the lactose fermenters from the non-lactose fermenters, are incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. The putative Salmonella organisms colonies were picked up and stained, while yellow or colorless colonies with dark centers on DCA were observed. Of this organism was done using the microscopic examination and characteristic morphology of the bacterial growth, such as colonial appearance, form, age, color on the growth. The isolate from the subculture was then used for gram staining, motility, and other biochemical tests. Data analysis present in this study. Percentage of Salmonella cases were computed for each location as prevalence and mean value obtained for the study area. And chi-square statistical analysis or tool was used with this formula. Result and discussion. Table 1 to 5 positive cases recorded in the 5 locations, that is the 5 poultry farms studied. A has 13 colonies to E having the least, which has 4. Salmonella colonies count were on A 339, while the last one was with less colonies of 65. The maximum colony counts per sample were also shown on each of the study areas. Salmonella, table 1 shows Salmonella isolates and colony counts in poultry droppings at location A, which has 339, 65 colonies. Table 6A shows a total of 1,154 Salmonella colony counts were recorded in the study area, as seen on the table. And the table 6B shows a Salmonella total colony count in different poultry farms under study, as 5 farms were studied, and each of them has the specific number of the colony count with their percentages, as you can see on table 6B. Table 7A also shows among the positive samples, location C had the highest mean colony count of 33.14 colonies, followed by location D with 29.18 colonies, and location B 28.14 colonies, with the last location E having a list of 16.25 colonies. No statistical significant difference in the observed mean colony count among the poultry farms, since it was not associated with location of sampling. The mean colony count translated to a total viable count that ranged between 1.625 in location C, location E, which has the lowest prevalence. And table 7B, mean colony and total viable count of Salmonella across the poultry farms studied. As we can see, each of them carries the mean colony count with the TVC. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, you passed your time.
The total of Salmonella, sorry?
Can you conclude? You passed your time. You've used 10 minutes already.
Okay, sorry about that. This work successfully investigated cases of salmonellosis from the 5 poultry farms studied. They were selected on the basis of their popularity, large market size in the study area. Regardless of the observed variation recorded, Salmonella cases are much higher in the present study. This report confirmed other previous reports of high seroprevalence of salmonellosis in poultry farms in tropical West. The present report found an association between poultry farm location and total colony count of Salmonella, as well as the prevalence of salmonellosis. Here are my conclusions. Salmonellosis is highly prevalent in among the 5 poultry farms studied in the study area, that is Boko of Benue State, ranging from 20% to 65%. Infection was tied to location and total colony count of the poultry droppings. The overall prevalence was 42%. Results have serious implication on the environment and health of the general public that consume poultry products in the study area. And here are my recommendations and referencing. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. I'm done. Hello.
Thank you very much, Ma, for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so we give room now to, for questions. Any questions? Anyone?
Waiting. Hello, waiting to entertain questions.
So in the absence of any question, we would step you down, ma. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, ma.
So we'll be taking a short break, going for the annual general meeting for 1 hour. We'll be back in the next 1 hour to continue this session of presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Ufanye fast gaga, imaye break chi, mahide na me. How was it? How to Seko hilo tenga na. Hilo tenga. Okay. So, dismantle your things. One you missing, see one you material. Okay, oh now, hey, please. It is unfair that I was interrupted. Please allow me to start and finish. Sorry about that. Till we come back from the break. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. It's network. About that. It's network. Network issue.